Hello, hello, it is I. What was that? Fluctuation. Cheese Louise, it is I, Cheese Louise. And today is Christmas. It's not Christmas. It is December though. This isn't even my first December stream, but it's the first time that I'm in my ugly sweater. Yay! I didn't fully make it myself. It was an existing asset that I edited. Um, It didn't quite turn out how I wanted, but I just figured, all right, let's just apply texture on top of my images instead of trying to like weave it into the fabric. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. You wouldn't have even noticed. You wouldn't have even noticed. You wouldn't have even thought that hard about it if I didn't say anything. That's okay. I'll say something anyway, because that's just how I roll. But yeah, today we're going to be resuming the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which is very Christmassy because the radio said it was almost Christmas. That means it wasn't Christmas yet. Yeah. Case 1-4 takes place on Christmas Eve. Therefore, Ace Attorney is a Christmas franchise. Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't think I need to justify it much more than that. I think that's good enough. There aren't really Christmas games. like I tried and failed. To theme November after horror games, Halloweeny games. But I'm not really. There aren't really any Christmas games to theme December after. I mean, there are Christmas games, but there aren't any like games. They're just like gimmick games that are like, hey, it's Christmas. So I'm pretty much just gonna play whatever, but keep the holiday aesthetics, cause it's nice. Huh. Where am I? Video games. Let's go. Okay. I don't know why I did that. That was not planned. Okay. I mean, what happened? I just woke up. I just got here. Okay, if I click continue, can I only pick... Yeah, we don't want to do that actually. We want to select an adventure. Because we finished Great Ace Attorney Chronicle, or Great Ace Attorney Adventures, which I guess is number 1. Now we're going to do Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve. I didn't realize that they had subtitles like that, but okay. Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve. The resolvening. I am excited. Oh my gosh. There was so much intrigue at the end of the last game. I wish I hadn't stopped playing so that I could try to play dumb horror games for October. Because what did I even play? Higurashi and Resident Evil? I mean, Higurashi's okay, but I don't think I can keep going.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
Oh yeah.
He's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
Susato had to go back home because her dad was sick.
I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Am I too big? I should be a little smaller.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted.
There we go.
What has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
And I find myself faced with another crime. Oh no. Susato, you're gonna get accused of murder, just like Maya.
So I came here today to ask something of you.
Our dad's dead.
Tomorrow,
No.
I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Eh? Susado's? Susado?
So please,
What?
I ask for your guidance.
That was the culprit of case 1 last time. Oh, it's Cosmo's grave. Also, she's not supposed to be wearing those clothes. Those are like the alternate outfit that I picked. Oh, the adventure of the blossoming attorney. We're gonna play as Susato? I was not expecting this. Hang on, I'm gonna adjust my screen here a little bit, make things look a little nicer. Just fill out the space a little more. It doesn't really matter. I can't settle on what I want my layout to actually be. Every time I look at a new streamer and they have different layout, I'm like, maybe I could do that. And I end up never changing anything about mine, even though it needs to be revamped. But yeah. Also, I know I was 2D for all of Great Ace Attorney 1, but I wanted to show off my ugly sweater. Oh, and I should clarify, I said I used it from pre-made assets. They're free to use. They're free to use and stream with, and they are free to edit as well. You can find them on Booth. Just type in ugly Christmas sweaters. There's a little pack of them. They're there for you to use or edit as you see fit. Okay, so. I'm not breaking no rules. Don't at me. Here I am, again after 9 months. I'm not going to do an accent for her. Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utter nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. What? Don't say that to your father. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. You seem pretty chill, though. Yujin Mikotoba, the professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. Sorry, I'm doing my best to keep my eyes wide open. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Oh, hello. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It is a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Okay. Ray Membami, that's a weird name. Born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. No, don't have a best friend. They'll die. Wait, she's not your mentor. She'll be fine, actually. Only mentors die. Kazuma just happened to also be a friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory helping my father. Do we have a court record yet? No, we don't. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Sorry. Adjusting my head. I haven't been 3D for like a normal stream in a while. Oh my. Well, it's just that your dad's so hot. You look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it, well, makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She doesn't know. She hasn't realized who I am. Hold on, I'm going to save real quick. And I'm gonna make sure the cases or the yes. Okay, well fine. I'm gonna make sure the costumes are normal for the first trial, so I know what they're supposed to be. Since apparently Susato's not in her normal clothes, I want to see what she's in. That's not the alternate costume that I put her in, right? Yes? No? Because that's... yeah, that's what it was showing her in the cutscene, but... I do like the alternates for Ryunosuke and Susato. They're nice. I kind of don't like Holmes's alternate. It doesn't look very good. But for now, we'll keep them all on default for the first case. Maybe I'll change it midway through. I don't know. Oh, ha 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 ha. Wah, ha, ha. It would seem that our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? Is Susato dressed up as Kazuma? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes. I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that... No, what are you doing? What's going on? What? The varsity uniform, the varsity cap, the varsity cape, the varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial University, a male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see... It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Break the rules. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. And that doesn't qualify as illegal? Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, You're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Don't look at me like that. Ray? Please don't look at me like that. With those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. We're off to an interesting start, huh? Ray. You're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Hang on, I'm gonna posture check myself here. Susato. You do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder? Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Perfectly. Diction is done with the tip of the tongue, cheese. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. Because that's what it means to be infinite. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this? Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take the case. I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take her case? Is it really because of who the victim was? Oh, it was a foreigner. Of course it was. We should be making the move now. Making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times I wish that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. August, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. Oh, is Payne my opponent? The prosecutor? My opponent? This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami. Ouchie.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Oh! Look at her. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready! She got the darty eyes. It's not so easy, is it, Susanoo? Yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo, is that correct? Sorry? Oh yes, I have come up with a suitable male name for you in this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel, I definitely didn't hear what he just said. Ah. Put the Joy-Con down on the desk. Made a little noise. Made a little vibrating noise. Yes, that's right. That's me. I mean... Yes, I am Ryutaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Ah. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Hey, listen. Naruhodo?
A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be...
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program, that is, his counsel! His cousin! I can't read. Cousin. Yep, I said cousin. That's right, Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I'm looking down a lot. Oh, hold on. Gotta recalibrate my face sometimes. It's just how it is. It's a ferret thing. You wouldn't understand. Dun, dun, dun. Well, why am I trying to sing along with this BGM? I don't know it. I'm not on pitch. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them!
Tut, tut, tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy.
How dare you! Susanoo is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her.
Her?
Oh, Oh god. Please be careful, Ray. We're never not on thin ice in this game, are we? Never, ever, ever.
What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not.
I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are want to flit. Yeah, me too, Susanoo. What a thing to say or think. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. To determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago. I really need to give the judge and Mikotoba, like, more different voices. I don't know how, they both just get the low voice. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now. The same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. He is the smartest. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
Alright, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Phew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. Ah.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are want to blank.
This game. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. It doesn't say R to check the court record, though. How am I supposed to look at it?
Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst us. All the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right. Just use R to open the court record. Then you need to flip to the people section with R. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
Alright, check the court record with R. That's where the information I need will be.
Okay, now I can do it. Giselle Brett, female British, time of death, 11th August around 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination and witness statement. Cause of death, single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Would have. It did. Notes, extreme meiosis pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Okay. Giselle Brett. Former British exchange student. 9 months ago, she was found guilty of the murder of visiting professor Dr. John Wilson. Well, okay. She murdered Iris's father, and now she is murdered. That probably doesn't mean anything, though. I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? It's Giselle Brett.
Yes!
Yes! The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be aware of the significance of that name. So let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name incredibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett, behind the woman student persona, was the face of Queen Victoria. A killer!
Yes!
Yes! 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed, and the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer.
At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba.
Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed. It was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman in our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial
May University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense, and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett.
Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
You can't interrogate her afterwards?
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Only the day before?
Rabble, 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 rabble. That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle.
Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. Why do I feel like I've seen this picture before? What? Am I going crazy? Why do I feel like I've seen this before? I don't know. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death?
Excuse me.
Was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire,
and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, because there's no such thing as fleeing a crime scene or anything. It doesn't exist. Especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Okay, how did the police arrive rapidly if there were only 2 people there? Who reported it? Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. Prosecution summary was full of words that raised an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about
a powerful motive.
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Tut, tut, tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon?
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe.
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Ah. Hold on, hydration check. I'm gonna need to hydrate a lot during Ace Attorney. So many voices.
Well, I'm studying under John H. Wilson.
Of course you were. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? Excuse me. Oh. Sorry about that. Usually when I clear my throat, it's a little quieter. The accused has a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray, be careful what you're saying. Ah.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details, or something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution
on what he said about being alone together?
Mbami-san. Yes, what is it, Naruhodo-san? I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place? And why you were alone with her? Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. What does sojourn mean?
Sojourn.
Sojourn. A temporary stay. Interesting. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No.
Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
Tisk.
The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you.
Oh dear. This is really terrifying. But Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up prosecution counsel on what he said about
The bathing spot?
If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie?
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot.
Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in the health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me like that, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, not incarnation, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions.
Seeing the murder of her mentor for whom she had such great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yes. Even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feeling of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to pursue this exhibit.
Did you say pursue or peruse? He said peruse.
A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image.
Is it tragic, though? As you can clearly see, there's nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence.
As I understand it, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Well, witnesses? But who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Ugh.
Oh, the detective. I do not remember his voice. Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me.
Oh, he has different hair now.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? Yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It is the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh, yeah. And he could never tie his hair up ever again, I guess.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, counsel? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the ouchie growth.
Oh my god.
You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown? I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly?
She's so earnest.
I said silence! Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you, and my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned.
Wouldn't you losing make your hair grow more? Since that's what made it grow in the first place?
With that, the prosecution calls the witness to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. Prosecution and defense each has much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Rei's life.
But it's a samurai's haircut. It's important. Oh, you two.
Witnesses?
I almost said princesses. What the heck?
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector, Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected.
And I, well, the next big thing in books, an author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out, a satirical I Am a Cat. A sensational success by Soseki Natsume.
He has a little journalist with him.
Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the Providences, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't. It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki, even. Yes? What on earth is Soseki-san doing here?
He came back before you did. I mean, I don't know what he's doing in court. Hold on. My hands need some lotion. I'm doing it under the screen, obviously. You don't need to watch my hands. Dirty, chat. Dirty. Don't look at my hands. It's not for prying chat eyes to see. Okay. Tread carefully, Susato. The author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yes. Yes, of course. I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forgive him. Well, he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe.
It's just a one-piece swimsuit. And a weird turtle bonnet thing.
Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it?
I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for more faithful testimony.
That is stupid.
It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
I'll be honest, from the first game, Hosonaga is like one of my least favorite characters that showed up. I don't like hate him, but he's just like... He's not well defined what he's even supposed to be. I don't understand. I never know what to expect from him. And not in like a, whoa, he's unpredictable way, but no, like, I don't know what his character is kind of way. And that kids we call bad writing, but that's okay. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scenes, Hoseki-san?
Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact. With with Professor Mikotoba.
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about the two former students who studied in Great Britain.
Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial, struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me.
Alright, let's see what we got.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor...
Hold on. First of all, we need to examine this. Alright. Wait, no, I wasn't done. Alright, she has a suitcase with a couple more masks in it. She dropped the mask she was holding. She has a pen in her other hand. She dropped her wine glass, but it didn't shatter. The wine bottle is tipped over, but it hasn't spilled anything, meaning it was probably empty. She has another dress on a stand. There's a bunch of footsteps all over. Taken by police after the incident occurred. The stab wound in the victim's back is clearly visible. Yep, sure is. Newspaper containing article about a discussion between my father and Soseki-san. The debate became quite spirited. He has the cat with him. He's doing a pose. It almost looks like he's trying to chop his throat, but okay. Can't read any of it. Hey! Wait. Okay, that's cracked. The lens of the camera that took this photo was cracked. Make note of that. The lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everybody to see our country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective I'm at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. This game loves its really long proper nouns. Oh, that's misclick. I dropped my Joy-Con and gripped it by the home button to catch it. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so... Gosh. Of course, that's not gone away. I was able to carry out my duties flawlessly. That never came into play last game, but I feel like it's got it this time. Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean you went back to the beach too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Ugh, but if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Very well, I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am. I don't think it's either of these two that did it. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Why does the blood on the blade prove multiple stabbings? Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. What?
Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes. That it was damning evidence.
What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it?
Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that, in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Her head kind of looks like Cube. A little bit. A little like dead Cube. What's a Cube cheese? Go watch Madoka Magica. Go watch it.
Ah, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand.
That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency.
Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved into this ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant. But what about... Dang it. Ah, no! It's close to Ryunosuke Naruhodo. But Naruhodo has an N instead of an M. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. Fountain pen has been entered in the court record. Then give me that. Give me. So have I omitted anything? I'm gonna omit your face in a minute. Then the victim was found. RM. I can't examine it. Gosh dang it. Okay. Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. If you say so. Counsel for the defense. You may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo. That means... Oh yes, me!
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright, I've seen this countless times as the judicial assistant. Hold on, I'm gonna adjust my headset here real quick. There we go. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they are lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let me see what I can do. Order on special surveillance silence, disguise.
Hold it!
In that jaunty disguise?
Correct.
Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer? Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there? If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Ahem. Ahem. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. I should catch that crab when I suddenly heard cat roll behind me. What crab?
Hold it!
You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san? In more literary terms, you might say that a scream that could have been... You might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Kia! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describe things so. Soseki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, that's because it's not the real him, is it? It's an imposter. Anyway, I spun around at the noise, and the beach hut immediately fell into my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hutwise. Yeah. Words. Ran to meet you once, where I found the pair in question.
Hold it!
Wait, by parry you don't mean to say... But how could that be? No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant. Rei Membami-san. Oh, would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Dear me. Pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish. Very foolish. It truly was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut? Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the Norrin curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight of that met my eyes. How thoroughly appalling. Ugh. Doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Soseki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosanaga is saying, I wonder? Ah, you'd like a literary man's opinion? Yes, that young girl was astride an Englishwoman, dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly. Thought she was already dead.
Hold it!
Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed. The terrible spectre, the terrapin inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. Eek! Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least. As a future literary sensation. Council, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? Oh, no. No, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you.
I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression? Where your words just now, I believe.
Ah, so you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you described? No, I mean, yes. I mean, I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream. Hence, my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. Macabre.
I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your Arthur friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become.
Oh dear, how awkward.
Saw blood on the blade, proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times.
Hold it!
Interesting thought.
She was stabbed multiple times. How can you be sure of that?
Very simply, from the blood on the blade.
The blood?
When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air.
Yes, that's right. I saw it too. Oh. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes, right. I saw it too.
Death would have occurred within minutes. Okay.
Maybe a year in London was too much for him. Sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese.
The logic of your argument is sound, at least.
Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly? That's just my personal opinion, of course.
Ow. God, that turtle's head's going nuts. Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness. Witness, you will not mock me either. For my inability to speak.
Oh no. I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute.
Goodness, my dear. You really must try to calm down.
But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie.
What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons, a misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion even.
A delusion?
What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one sure way to do that.
Yes, with evidence, of course.
Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use R to pick a piece. So you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details of. If you find some conflicting and yeah, I know how to present evidence during cross-examination. Thank you. Hydration check.
Yes, all about inconsistencies.
Once you've identified a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with X, and yeah.
Yes! Alright then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. Hope I'm up to the task.
Don't forget, you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember? So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl.
You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start.
Alright. Let's think about our evidence again. Stab from behind, piercing a lung, resulting fatal hemorrhage. Death occurred within minutes. Pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Okay. Her mask is dropped. They didn't mention the wine at all. This is not relevant right now, I guess. Still can't examine that. Order special surveillance, disguise. Just managed to kiss the crap, so I heard the counter wall behind me. Ran to the beach hut at once. Wife found the pair in question. Rose astride the English woman, dagger in hand. She stabbed wildly. Blood and blade. So, Oh, sorry, I got distracted. So I feel like this statement, he's just, they mentioned being delusional, so he's deluded. He's just kind of saying things because he just says things. But what does it contradict with? Astride with dagger in hand. Also, is that goose alive? Stab wound in the back is clearly visible. So I guess the evidence is like, look at her. She doesn't look like she's been stabbed wildly. It looks like a single stab wound.
Yes!
Crap, the music didn't stop.
What about the witness's last statement there? Well?
The question is, counsel, what about those wide eyes of yours? Well? Oh, come on.
Ugh. Alright. I just need to try to remain calm and examine the evidence again.
Okay, he says stab wildly. Saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times. It doesn't look very stabbed multiple times. Wait. Single deep stab wound. There we go.
Objection!
Whoa. Okay.
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand.
Oh, it is nice to object. I don't know if this will peak the mic, but objection! It's nice, it's fun.
I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, counsel? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who, what, where, when, how? Not to you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga.
At me?
In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be.
What? Get to the point, please, counsel.
In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only.
Ah.
In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed.
Ah.
And Soseki-san,
Me?
you claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did. Wildly.
Both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding.
Yes.
And it's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once, therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
Arg, true! Then what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
No. Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san, in fact, saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant, in fact, withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be.
Excellent work, Susato. He exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Well, well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair.
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade, ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood, because the accused had already stabbed the victim! Ah! All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Ah!
I do wish your animations were a little different for me in Osuke's. I'm in agreement with the prosecution.
I mean, some of them are, but I wish all of them were a little different. Because it's clear they just, you know, reuse the animation on the different model. It's fine, it's fine. It doesn't really matter.
If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife?
I don't know, because she didn't know that you're supposed to leave stabbed tools inside to stop bleeding until you can get to a hospital. Do I take it out or do I leave it in? Do I take it out or do I leave it in? Ah, yes. Going for the jugular.
Hmm? What does Father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or you won't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife back out of the victim's body was surely so she could
Save her life.
According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. Just thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect from this young yokel.
Indeed. Hold on. Yeah. I had to adjust something. I had to adjust my pants, okay?
Is it just me or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness.
I would like another opportunity to testify.
In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean...
Slipshod?
An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion.
Yes, sir, I will do so flawlessly.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge, and any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. That doesn't prove nothing.
Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, the stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, I see.
But she was a medical student, right? Was there like a little first aid kit nearby? Look, she was beginning to apply bandages. Maybe. If you look at this, I don't know if that was just part of her normal outfit, or if that's bandages that she was trying to apply. But she got stopped from before she could apply the bandage. She even like wrapped it around her first, and then she pulled the knife out, and then she got stopped. Ha! This is why yokels should stay on the farm.
Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, well, I never stabbed anyone, you see. Or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true, what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Ow. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... could my friend actually have...
Susato,
yes?
pull yourself together. You mustn't lose sight of why we're here.
Ah.
Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issues with the established facts, I will be moving to my education immediately afterwards.
I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause till the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does it mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but... the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Ugh.
Back to the witness testimony, please.
It's basic knowledge that any medical research system, any other... Okay.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... clearly, the defendant, Rei Manbami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense.
Oh, she's doing her best.
What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing.
Oh dear. They recoiled on me rather badly.
That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn.
Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Manbami-san would certainly have been aware of it. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull a knife from the victim.
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Ah. Come on. Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of your argument. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membani-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. It's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Attention!
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feeling. With this fledgling to defend her, I'd almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her a position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in the testimony anywhere. If Ray knew what withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to express why she did. I just think it's weird that you can, like, never just talk to your client during trial in Ace Attorney games. You never just ask them. I mean, sometimes you can force them to provide testimony, but it's usually something the prosecutor does, or blah, 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 blah. Anyway. Oh, I'm pressing too many buttons. Off to the side. Buttons, buttons, buttons. Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course. But I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. Ow. Now I have unlocked that. Ah. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence in the court record? That's an idea, certainly. What should I do? I know what to do. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their heads. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with A. Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes, I'll do it straight away. Dun, 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 dun. If you take off this pen's lid...
That's nice portrait art. Okay. Do we find something?
Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib.
Is something wrong, Father?
It's just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all.
Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose.
Very small amount of liquid still inside.
The arm initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too.
To identify your killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubts that this is a key piece of evidence in this case.
There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one.
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Aha, now I can examine this.
Rakus, England, returnee, tell all. This is the interview with you and Sozeki-san, is it, Father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange.
Yes, he became a little overanimated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment. His hand karate chopped me on the neck.
I do hope you weren't hurt. It's a newspaper from Suzaki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory.
Boy. Hold on, I need to
stretch my neck a little bit.
Hold on, hold on.
Oh, did you hear that?
Ugh. I don't know why. It's just the way I have to sit for... I don't know if it's because I'm sitting for Ace Attorney or because I'm sitting for my V-Ride. But I like have to keep good posture or else I end up hurting pretty quick. Well, also I can't. I have to keep good posture or else I end up like looking like this the whole time, you know? We don't want that. We don't want that.
Dun dun. From Yume Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen.
It's this morning's paper that Sasaki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard of any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned his information?
Come to think of it, there's no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray, she was managing it?
What's written here is true. It means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully. Alright, nothing to examine there, I guess. Nothing there either. But we did get new evidence. An article about the poison stolen from the laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of gosh, for some reason this is like really hard to read on my TV. Maybe I should adjust my settings a little bit. Hold on. You can't see this, right? No, there's no reason why you would be able to. Okay, I think that's easier. Hold on. Okay, that's easier, I think. Maybe. Oh, okay. I need to decrease the sharpness. There we go. That's... It's not making a difference for you, but it's making a difference on my TV. I promise. Where's now? I need to change the brightness back up. There we go. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Hey, such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, pulling away from wound may cause heavy bleeding. It's basic knowledge. Any medical resources that assistant ought to know that. In other words, there's good reason why there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife on the victim. This regular unit did have a motive for killing the victim. And the victim murdered 9 months ago. Defendant had a respected mentor. Okay. Deadly poison was stolen. Small spot entering the body, either via a wound from a poison-laced blade. Would have proven fatal in minutes. Ah! No good reason why they would try to pull the knife, huh? What if the knife was coated in a special poison?
Objection!
No, there's one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp on the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial University. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But...
Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article, the court cannot rely on the kind of heresy those wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. It was page 2, wasn't it? Yep, page 2.
Your Excellency! Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says, deadly in tiny quantities. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting?
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What? This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise. Not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold. Oh please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind.
First of all, how dare you?
Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade? She must have a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly, well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel? I did suspect the stolen poison was involved. If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds.
What?
You can't possibly.
From your expression, counsel, it would appear that those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times. From my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
Wasn't that many times. In that case, counsel, you will present proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? Postmortem report.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the postmortem report, which reads, extreme mitosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim. Not just mitosis, extreme mitosis. Or meiosis, not mitosis. Meiosis. Ah. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the postmortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Tisk. Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely...
Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree, this is very compelling evidence. Tisk, you, yokel student and yokel professor! Stop calling us yokels. It's rude to us, it's rude to yokels.
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
Now,
Yujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency? I believe you are the best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in the newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it. But I'm afraid I don't know. What? You don't know? Toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the thefts of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father. Tisk. A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. Ooh. That's totally unfounded. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray.
Membami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
It was me! I noticed they were stolen all along! So you knew. I've been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So, I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You mean you don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty Englishwoman.
Miss Giselle Brett?
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet. Oh. Before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body.
Oops.
On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say. Well, Membami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive.
What, a new witness? Who's the actual killer? You idiot?
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It's brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You'll produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. What? I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself.
Yeah, it's a picture of her trying to... Why would there be a picture? Who took the picture? Give me a break. But it's a picture of her trying to remove the knife. That's known.
What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty and error on that page is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true, no! I don't believe it. Ah!
Order, order, order! Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now. Susato's starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. Cogent.
Cogent.
Clear, logical, and convincing. Huh. Hocus Docus. Incriminating photograph has been entered in the court record. Yeah. Okay, but why didn't he want to present it? Why wouldn't he lead with it? Hey, look at that crack. Look at the crack on the lens. Hey, look at that. Very different from this photo, isn't it? It's literally the guy who's been photographing, what's his face?
I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray.
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. That's extremely important, sir.
Oh. That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
Yeah, that's why he didn't present it. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there's nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Wow, it's almost like she's being framed, huh? Crazy. Goodness.
Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fits for You believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor. What matters is the blatant truth... What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged in the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste the court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. That's BS. That's evidence for me, not against me.
Oh no!
Susato, this is the time for you to fight. What you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, you just need to prove that somehow.
We have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Ouchi in court of law. I'm surprised he's not making the argument that that she stole the poison for the purpose of the murder. He has not said that a single time. It's the argument I would make.
If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it.
Well, counsel?
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is...
I have the answer. Should I... Okay, so far in the Ace Greatest Attorney, I haven't really explained my logic most of the time when I present evidence. Unless I'm really unsure about it. Should I explain my logic before I present the next one, or should I just do it?
This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to.
That's the spirit.
The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No, you can't possibly.
But, as you so boldly claim that you can, please, do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could? However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals the important details about the photographer's identity. What?
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? What could it be? Look at it's the shattered lens, obviously.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? I'll never stop presenting the newspaper. Raucous England and returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes indeed. They have already caught my eye as it happens.
Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably? From the branches of a tree or the like?
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph...
Good gracious!
Yes. Exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph, too.
Attention!
Well, that tells us nothing. Ha! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely. From the branches of a tree.
No way, dude.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical.
That's crazy. Who would have thought of that?
How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
Curious matching pattern appears on both photographic prints as a result of...
camera defect.
Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the evidence.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
I feel like in universe, those scratches are like way more subtle. Or possibly You know, probably during, like, Draft 1 of the story, they were more subtle, but, like, the player, like, wouldn't notice them. But, like, in-universe, they're subtle, so it makes more sense that he's like, it's some lines. Whereas you look at it, it's incredibly obvious it's scratches on the lens. Or a crack, rather.
But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It'd be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Aochi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper... Ah. That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. Or, not necessarily the author, but, like, whoever submitted the picture. Menimo, what? I see why you are called a raucous England attorney. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's Menimo, I tell you. Memo. Memo. Did not need those zoom-ins, thank you. Those close-ups. Sasaki-san? What was that? Did you say memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Rayton Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Ah, now that he mentions it. Secretly spy snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. Could that same reporter be... A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Memo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Memo, yes. My lord, your excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh. Yes, Your Excellency. As you say, Your Excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Meh. Memo. Okay. Alright, we're about 2.5 hours in. This case is pretty straightforward. I feel like it won't be more than like another segment, so another 2.5 hours, we'll call it. I do like doing a whole case in one stream if I can. And case 1 should be shorter, but I mean, Greatest Attorney 1 definitely proved me wrong on that. That case was very long. Of course, it's longer because I'm voice acting, but you know. Hold on, let's hydration check. It's a good time for it. Maybe time for a little bit of lip balm, too. Moisten my lips. And let's posture check ourselves. Actually, hold on. Maybe it's time for a stretch break. Should I statue mode or should I just freak out? I'll just freak out. It's fine. Oh, it actually looks like I'm stretching, though. Oh, that's good. You gotta stretch during those long streams, you know? It'd be ideal to, like, stretch once an hour, but... an hour passes by so fast when you're streaming. I feel, at least. Re-stretch that neck. Okay, okay. Alright, I feel reinvigorated. Dun 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 dun. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray, it's okay. Clients never tell us anything ever.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence?
I almost said incompetence.
That you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets.
Whoa.
No, I'm no better, you know. Oh? Even though in my heart I knew you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato. I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no, no.
Oh. I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Never trust anyone. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. The fact has clearly struck home. Which is why you can see more clearly now. I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray.
Ace Attorney sure loves its gay ships, huh? Nothing wrong with that.
I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well, now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
I don't know. Maybe she got stabbed from sort of through some sort of hole in the hut. You know? A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said, you saw is true. Well,
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny with the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. Hey, I know what we're going to use that on. We're going to use it on the pen. I had a little empty chamber, you see.
The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be little help here, I'm afraid.
Couldn't you have just written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. What? Is that a thing? But yes, I can certainly see the merit of labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate.
I created a strict secrecy, exists only in my father's laboratory.
What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
This newspaper article. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I wonder how the information got out, given that it was a government secret.
It's because they're a reporter. The person that freaking stole it's a reporter.
It was the Englishwoman's doing.
What? Or the killer was a reporter, whatever.
It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. The so-called English lady swanned in, and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there."
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison.
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This many memo-san. By the way, did that reporter...
Sorry, that a Joy-Con down.
Did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took his very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Hang on, I might have a sneeze coming on. Nope, nope, it's gone. Ah!
Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we've just heard the new witness is now ready to testify. Trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense Attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes! May has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So, I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling to the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Membami. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you summoned the new witnesses? Witness? Singular?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the reagent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw. Rickshaw? What's a rickshaw? So it would be there in good time.
Oh, it's like a little carriage thing.
Interesting.
But judging by
the man's fire, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And, Counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake.
Murder weapon has been entered in the court record. That would have been nice to have that earlier. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Ugh. Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. If that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
I don't know. It's crazy. I wonder how. Anyway, let's look at this. Oh yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear. Blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father.
It sure is a knife. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Raymond Menimetto of the Shoyu News. I'm what people like to call a journo. What?
What's a journal, Father? Do you know? Daddy, what's a journal?
Tell you when you're older. It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there when the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of the news.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Oh, brace yourselves, people. Many Meadows senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition.
Huh?
Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
Just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. It's supposed to be Aochi instead of Ouchi. Keep calling him Ouchi though. It's funnier. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court, my objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. Now the readers won't buy that. What? Get dunked on. Witness. Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you are responsible for taking this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with, and fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many-mannerism.
Many-mannerism?
Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right, that was me. Many-meno again. Many-memo. Not many-meno. I'm not a minnow. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu News offices after our meeting. Well, the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal, left to do as she pleases, just because she happens to be a British citizen. It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. It's not this country's fault. Kind of. Supreme Court's rulings aren't what the paper they're written on. The police aren't just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw with my very own journo eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Memo-san. We will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. But it's a changing room, dude. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor, and she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spear burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Read screens, you say? Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. You say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it? Would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. Tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's Memoism in a nutshell. At last. It would appear that we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Wonderful. You were close. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news. A startling photograph. All the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Then why was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Camera never lies. Alright, shutting long trains with plenty of gaps to the inside through.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it Juno instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because, as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman.
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journal as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry.
To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman. It's all news. Not even many-menoism, it's basic journalism.
If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness. What sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journal instincts, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all clear as day.
The woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut?
Yep, and she was raging like my journal spirit.
And the argument you mentioned, that was... What was that about exactly?
You stole it. I didn't steal it, that kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid it into her any more, there would have been eggs.
What?
It's a weird pun to make. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
You really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me.
Dun, dun. Sorry, 1 second. 1 second. I'm gonna... well, I'll worry about that later, actually. I'm gonna do a thing here real quick. Oh, jeez. Dun, 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 dun.
Never mind. I'm just gonna close my tablet. It's distracting me. Which was a cinematic moment that I caught on film.
6 later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor. She stabbed her.
Hold it!
Yeah, elaborate on that, because that sounds fake. Do you swear before the court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ha! The precise moment? I didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out. From start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
Right you are. It's all here in my many memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Ugh. Then the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you describe as a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what Many memoism says. Uh-huh. Wait. Alright, let's... So there's a little table. This thing. There's a little suitcase. That's where the dress is. What's on the far side? Oh, not there. Oh, that's where she was sitting. Right.
By the way, Mini Memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. Raison d'etre. I don't know how to say that.
Raison d'etre.
Raison d'etre. Most important reason or purpose for something's existence. Okay. Raison d'etre.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
That's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may? Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you...
I will grant the defense's request. Many Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism's the foundation of many Memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer.
Hold it!
Really, you didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nose was stretched to the breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes.
It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Many Memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, many Memoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on.
Surely he's making all this up.
He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem as though he's holding...
It does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it?
If that's how you feel, I suggest you trust your instinct. And press him on everything he said. As you've no doubt done many times before in your role as a judicial assistant.
Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do.
Okay, trial raise, Englishman sitting on the stool. Seconds later, pulled out a knife. Small nature of spit bursts of flames, breaks the flash of my camera.
Wait, what? I didn't even press all these yet. Did that one statement get added to the end?
There we go. Here we go.
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. Why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police? I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth. I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident? Think of me as a sculptor. A sculptor who makes art out of the sordid private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic many memoism. That's... Getting tired of saying that. It's not something to boast about. No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. That's it. That's brilliant. My burning desire to see something or other exposed. There has to be a good reason why you didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though. By your own admission, you are outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photograph? Oh yes, that. I'm glad you asked. Okay.
Hold it!
But the two women inside didn't notice? Ha! Obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where. Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you were doing. Nope, a journalist's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on. You just make that up? The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There's nothing more to be said. Never once set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman, so only as an observer. Alright, let's see about that. If he never set foot in the hut, why does he know where everything is? That's awfully suspicious. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
Objection!
What? Really? What about the witness statement there? Well? The question is cancelled about Will's wide eyes. Yours, well? Ugh. Right. Okay. Alright. I really thought that was right. Never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke to the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer. But you wrote this article, didn't you? I don't know how to get you for that, but... Okay, okay. Let's go over the core record, think about everything we have. Single wound was identified. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung, resulting in fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Crime scene photograph. The bottle and the wine still have not been brought up at all. Wait a minute. RM? What's his name again? Many memo. It's weird that I can't look at character profiles during this. Never once. Nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only there as an observer.
Objection!
There we go. Many memo-san. Until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You just put on there. He has the symbol on his arm that's on the end of the pen. The press doesn't lie.
which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more... One sec. Check. Oh. Check. There we go, mic check. In a way, that's more many memoism.
Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who wrote for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What? What are you suggesting me with those with recriminatory words, counsel? Whatever.
Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Ah!
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you...
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Membami.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also R.M.?
No!
Write in many memo. R.M.
That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user.
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand,
He has ink.
there's a very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung.
Many Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in the beach hut? With the pen?
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky.
Hmm?
And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell, yes. There's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who the owner of the pen really is.
In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency. Clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is...
It's right there, Mosakura.
As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, Many Memo-san.
Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News. Shoyu, not Shoryu. Shoyu News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shio News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they?
Oh my gosh.
Well, Many Memo-san, how do you respond?
No! No! Order, order. Explain yourself, witness. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. It's not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public,
conducted an interview with the English woman.
An interview?
You never mentioned this before.
When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, as we many memoists say. The people don't pay their duties for unworthy news.
However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Got it. Yes, alright, but on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san.
Soseki-san?
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one, it's big.
What? What?
Hydration check. Many memoisms states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story.
Very well. I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
Soseki-san, hiding something?
He's an imposter, I told you.
I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoisms stands to reveal it now.
You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness? When she did, you decided to ask her a question.
That's, true, yes.
He did. That's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
Then why wouldn't he bring it up before?
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose whether English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. The court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. Reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened in that hut?
I asked the English woman for interviews, she declined,
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did. I want to ask her about the incident she was involved in the end of last year.
About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life?
That's not the way I phrased it. Many memoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson is how I put it to her.
Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler.
Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Phew, that told me. So I waltzed right out of there.
What? Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together.
Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
What?
Shooting outside, saw a woman being stoned one.
Hold it!
That's very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away.
Persistence wins the prize. Any mini memoist will tell you that. Let them think you've left, and just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. The scoop swoop, we call it.
And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not to be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph we've managed to identify this witness.
And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure. Please, do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say.
Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it.
Detective realized the victim had a pulse. He ran off to fetch help. They never mentioned that earlier. And Soseki-san remained behind in the hut?
That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars. They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat.
Poor Soseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
As the world seems to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity! The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. I don't know why that one tickled me. Just no sutras. Stop. Stop it. And now we've gone to the crucial part. That's when it happened.
So when this right here, that's one very significant question. What question? What exactly did he say?
Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Riderman? Ugh! Out with it, you yokel hack.
What did you hear? What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman?
Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from the little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray.
I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsing victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard the faint moan, a moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin!
Well, what did you ask her, Soseki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence... Without evasion or reticence... Gosh dang it. I demand that you amend your testimony. I will! I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks questions is a fool for a minute, and he who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever! However, you indicated that the victim failed to respond, is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stoop and mustache, because I'm Japanese! Oh dear. Sasaki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the reports on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. Well, the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Rifleman? Well, yes, alright. She'd respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant. But she might have been pointing toward where she got stabbed by someone else. I don't know. She could have been pointing at Mr. Cameraman there.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Sasaki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. When I asked, who did this to you? The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut, which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. No. Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? Fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point a finger toward the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing at a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly. In a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. You mean what your memory events in that direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because the court can see there is no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. Inside the room. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. I'm inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No. No! The headline is writing itself. Dashing lawyers, hopes dash. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the
judge will give his ruling, and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible. Though the test may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was still at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back.
Yeah, she was stabbed while she was sitting down.
How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add?
So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim?
They were hiding outside and they stabbed them through the reed stuff.
I know.
Objection!
Objection! Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your education for the time being.
Oh? To what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture. An alternative theory? Ha! None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy.
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency.
you will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. The moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Outside? If they were pointing in this direction.
Take that!
Nice. Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut?
What?
It's almost like there's a person who confessed to being directly outside the hut who could easily open the reed weave.
Order, order, order!
But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all! You just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop stabbed. Well, I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can prove evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing. You yokel.
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend.
You'll need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? I don't know, the picture that was taken through the weave? Probably? That's not right.
Well, I've presented it now. But I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence.
Gosh dang it. Counsel, you're suggesting this piece of evidence bears... Is that your theory as to show how the victim was stabbed?
It's something of a windfall, Your Excellency.
I think the word you're looking for, Counsel, was downfall. Gosh dang it. If your theory is correct, and the knife was thrust in Miss Brett's back from outside the hut, there should be a visible trace somewhere.
A trace? Yes, on the hut itself. Under that idea, I must look through the court record again.
Okay, alright, it's the other picture. Probably. I'll look at it first.
Your Excellency, the defense would like to present a different piece of evidence.
Go ahead. What piece of evidence? There's a little... You can see it. There's a little gap in the wall. I was thinking about that earlier. I didn't say anything, though. The original photographic print of the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed that this is what I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where in this photograph is a trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside the hut, when she was standing at the back wall. Where could it be?
Look closely, just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effect of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, I can't. I can't see any such thing.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut.
Ah.
And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Reitan Menimemo-san, it could only have been you!
No! This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
No, of course not.
We're not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death, inside the beach hut I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable.
Ah, a stool.
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word, so, in fact, the victim was...
killed while sitting on that stool? By a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen.
Ah!
Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membani-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, many Memo-san. I take it that you don't deny the charge? This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Mbami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness.
That's it? There's no... That's not it.
I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Aochi clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope. It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict and... Yeah, there it is.
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court of all my empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedoms to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction.
So your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it?
You already said that's exactly where you were.
Well, seems irrelevant now. Relevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference, if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else.
What? What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself. Witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett, is that right?
That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used.
Oh my, how neat!
Wah! KCV or KC, whichever you prefer. Me late, but I've been lurking for like an hour also. Thank you for the host, and thanks for lurking. But feel free to say stuff. I might not come back to chat too frequently because this is it's very story driven. I must always be proceeding. But yeah, feel free to chat. I'll still read chat every so often.
I see. So presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed?
Ah. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
So, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. What? Precisely, it matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison. Boy, you change your story real quick.
What right here, by the way, but I saw someone I knew I just started and I needed to share love there. Well, I will now be enjoying the stream of this amazing game. Also, I love the voices, lol. Thanks. Don't worry, you don't gotta justify not rating me. But I guess I appreciate that you thought of me. I understand how it is. Sometimes I raid someone and then I go hang out in someone else's stream instead. It happens. But yeah. Don't worry, I'll never be upset for not getting rated. But you will next time. You don't gotta promise nothing. Just let it happen. How was your stream, by the way? What were you playing?
Objection!
Objection! But that can't be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... Forget already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever.
Want you because you had such an amazing stream last time. I lifted my spirits like 400 times. Daw. You're too kind. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, my eyes are like... They're not as open as I want them to be. Sometimes they like drift close. On screen at least. And I don't notice. Stream went well. I was playing some Smash Bros, Mario Kart, and Pokemon Unite, and we're all super fun. Nice! I'll have to tune in sometime. I like playing, I like playing Smash and Mario Kart. I assume you're playing with viewers. I don't really play Pokemon Unite, though, but I might still tune in for that. Ugh. So let me get this down, the facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Ugh. Drink your drink. I shall. By the way, not to advertise myself, but if you decide you enjoy my Ace Attorney streams, I do have the VODs up of all of my playthrough of Great Ace Attorney 1. They're up on my YouTube channel. So if you decided something you enjoyed, feel free to check those out. Yeah. I'm sensing you need to consume drink, which is important. Also, the VTuber when drinking while... Wait, what? But yeah, I got my drink. But thank you, thank you. Order, order, order! But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, because there's no actual drink, just your model drinking. Oh yeah. Hold on, I can get a drink on screen. I have one. I just forget to use it ever. One sec, I'll grab it. I'll grab it and then I'll drink again. Where do I keep it? Oh ho! See, I do have a little drink, so I shall now drink it. Wow. There we go. Yeah. It's a little easier on my 2D model. Pièce magnifique. Thank you. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked into the sandy floor on the beach hut. Finally we bring up the wine bottle. God. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Alright, sir, are you implying that you stabbed her, but it's okay because she was already poisoned? You still stabbed a woman. I think that's pretty illegal still. Oi, why with the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about? Hmm? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does he mean? What do you mean?
Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is.
Stop.
It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet, after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a Genoa, and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's memoism.
For a brief moment, I thought I had eliminated the truth, but it's slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us?
And it's still pretty straightforward, like, he brought the wine with him. He's the one that stole the poison. He brought the wine with him and poisoned her. I'm not sure what his motivation is, but it is illegal. It is known as desecration of a corpse. I mean, he stabbed her while she was still alive. But yeah. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab a woman if I had already poisoned her? I don't know, you're crazy. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murder arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. You! Okay, dude. You're just like, yeah, I stabbed her, what of it? It's not what killed her. It's fine. Attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, that's right.
So you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen?
You can blame this miserable country of ours. Yo, I'm using that excuse next time I'm in court. You can blame this miserable country of ours. See how that holds up. It'll be extra funny because I'll be on trial for tax evasion. Like how dramatic and all over the place these cases go. Yeah, I love Ace Attorney. It's great. Country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. BRB, gonna make food. Okay. Fun. Make a good food. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart.
You're implicating Ray again.
Okay, but can you prove that she died from the poison before she died from the stab wound? we're gonna be like this. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended a pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! The journo is off the hook. B. Azeroth, I'm gonna punch you. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. Unless you wanted to frame someone. And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last.
This is unbelievable. And after I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume will be your final cross-examination in this trial. I also assume that.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Hang on, let me check something on screen real quick here. Okay. I had to refresh the chat box because I don't know, sometimes browser sources get a little wonked out and they don't work right. Anyway, whatever. Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. And that's the very fact that proves I'm innocent. You are insane.
Hold it!
So, you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett then?
Ha! That woman's very existence offended my sense of justice.
Your sense of exclaiming some sort of righteous indignation?
She was pure evil. A cold-blooded killer who'd committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it.
So in summary, murderous intentions then.
Whatever you want to call it. The point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight. So I had to do what was right for society. Yet, a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock. A crime for which she must pay. Dude, yeah, you... It just... it bothers me when the prosecution, like, takes a hard swing on what their stance is. It's especially ouchy and pain. They always annoy me when they take a hard swing just because... I know it's because they're just trying to do their job of prove the person guilty. That's what their assigned role is. Their job. So whatever means, I guess, but like it's so frustrating. Obviously because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. So I had others tell the woman if I had already poisoned her.
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously, it'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. Belt? Braces? Those are suspenders, dog. I guess they were called braces in the before times. The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here today. Hold on, I zoned out for a second. What? But not want to murder, the crime rests on the accused's shoulder. It's just old Japanese laws are dumb. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes? Quite a day for the victim. Boy, it was wacky. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. I think it's the law of karma, but whatever. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness. When I had the student girl in the pump, got my gay.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in the restaurant 9 months ago. That's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that stupid student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray. Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of something very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are in the middle of cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. The journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, grape-peeping Tom. Well, take it easy there. Please, I think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. I will grant the request of the defense. But, Your Excellency... This is likely to be a final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, don't see that word every day, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Okay. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors of the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I searched as I climbed up the wall. Gosh dang it. Can I not do that? I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that?
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government, even. It would be a complete disaster.
But how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Many Memo-san, one small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see that I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard? Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoryu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about.
Yes. Look at this. The entire article. It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word.
Ah!
Well, many Memo-san?
He poisoned her on accident. And then he was like, oh, I guess I better stab her then. As a journo and a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of many memoism.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut.
Okay, updated. We're gonna present that soon, I guess.
So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up. My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on the record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. Ha. 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 Dun, 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 dun. Point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure the victim would die.
That's horse dung.
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer, as it happens. What?
Once the victim has taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. Has to have been a good reason for that.
If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
Yes, that's undeniable.
But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry? What change?
The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Many Memo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here.
That's why he stabbed her, because he thought he was using a no-trace poison, and then he heard the fact that the victim's eyes, not dilate, They do they go wide. Dilate is go small, right? They go super... No, dilate is go big. Is it? Whatever. They do the opposite of dilate. And he's like, oh crap, they're gonna figure out it was the poison. Oh crap, they're gonna figure out that I'm the person who stole the poison, maybe, because I was like one of the only people there, since clearly she didn't steal the poison, because she died from it. Yeah, okay. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her, even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for.
Yes, I agree, and in order to do that, I must try to glean more information.
Point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well. Except there is, and I have it right here.
Objection!
Well, I can think of one reason.
I'm still curious what his motive is. It's not his righteous justice, whatever. Like, he didn't vigilante it, like... I mean, maybe he did, but I feel like it doesn't feel right. What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were in the laboratory together, all we heard... All were told that it was a terrible toxin.
And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Memo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes. It's quite stark when you see it. There are no poisons that show similar symptoms.
Dilate and constrict. Okay. Right. So they constrict. Dilate is get bigger, constrict is get smaller. Yeah.
There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Ah! Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a lay person unaware of its telltale properties. Yeah. In other words, someone like you, writing many memo.
Yeah.
It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. And you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. And you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen. But what good would that possibly do?
Frame someone.
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison can cause an onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging the knife into the middle of the victim's back.
I noticed we still haven't used the... What's it called? The reagent. We're going to be using that on the pen, I'm certain. Order! The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? So I'm guessing the reason he put the article out was so that it could be like, now everyone knows that that's the case. So, haha. Maybe? I'm not sure what his logic was for actually publishing the article. I'm guessing something happened. What do you mean?
Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely. Prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he's clinging to lost hope.
Jeez.
Lost hope!
Hold it. Hold it! Oh, breakdown.
Ah, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is... I don't need a counter-argument. What? What are you talking about? It shall be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean, what the professor said earlier on this trial. It's all here, in my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the show you news is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if the thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
How's that then? Blowing the story wide open? See, writing mini memo, a mere reporter from the Show You News, couldn't possibly stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. If that's the case... As you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you knowingly handsome country bumpkin?
My point is this. There is one way that you, Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I've heard enough verbal conjecture now. Thank you. What that court must be shown as evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question? Pen? 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 Pen?
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Bah! I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
How dare you make a brush out of weasel hair? It's my cousin you're talking about. You're stealing hair from. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously, I love my fountain pen. Suck up a sukaban and scrumptious ink. Excuse me, what? Soup. Con.
Soupçon.
Soupçon! A very small quantity of something. Son. Soupçon. Of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with the latter. French accent, yeah.
My French accent's awful. I mean, arguably all my accents are awful, but my French accent, like, doesn't even exist. It always turns into a different accent.
What does this talking of sucking up ink have? And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word. Can this really be?
I have a decent French accent, but more Canadian French because I'm Canadian.
Nice. I guess I can imitate the SpongeBob narrator.
Ah, Goo Lagoon. 20 minutes later.
That's all I can do, though. I can just repeat what I've heard the SpongeBob narrator say. My word, can this really be?
Well, Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib into the pen's reservoir.
Gah! Wonderful mini applause. Thanks.
More absurdity. That never happened. Pix or it didn't happen. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting...
The natural conclusion is that your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment. You dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass. There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, The witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. It was. How do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? Oh, so this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah, hey, don't throw pencils in court. Alright, it would have been a nice touch if they had, like, animated that pencils, like, whizzing past people, but that's okay. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It's always, like, a mild pet peeve in Ace Attorney games when the culprit is, like, mid-breakdown, and the judge isn't like, boy, you're acting awfully fishy now, huh? I suppose you probably did it, huh? But you could still, like, lose, and they'll be like, well, I guess, the accused did it in the end. Goodbye. I don't know. It's a silly little Ace Attorney thing. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation now is very simple. It rests upon whether or not the witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Mini Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. Words.
Well, you also always think I fully prove it and then it keeps going. Yeah. It'd be like that sometimes. But I mean more specifically, like, how they started acting extremely suspicious, and that itself doesn't count as proof. It's a little annoying.
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. But we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. Defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle?
This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Ah. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
I'm like, dang, Judge, you mean I have to spell it out? You got it.
It makes... I kind of get it in original Ace Attorney because the judge is the judge. He's like that. But when other judges do it too, it's like, no, why are you all like this?
Or from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A reagent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Mini Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Breakdown, breakdown, breakdown. Yeah. Yeah. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold my head high, assistant Irish, but by my head for every form power, I took them my office of my pen and tireless battle for news and justice, righteousness, many. Susanna, with me. Oh, hell yeah. I'm there. Get donked on. Did I do it right? That was Susanna takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. I love breakdowns. They're so good. It's worth all the build-up. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. Well, I saw it there in the lab. The poison. The devil got a hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen? Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Many Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journo like me to pass up. Then, why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went into that hut, intending to quiz her on a situation, that's all. As a reporter, a known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. Wait, how do they spell plebeian? Is that how you spell it? It has two E's in it? Or is that the British spelling? What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. You would have done it too? No, murder always bad. Never the correct answer. Only ever justifiable in self-defense. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. So he really just did it as a vigilante, huh? What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done when she clearly had no remorse at all. Alright, I have to acknowledge the irony that I'm giving him a British accent. When part of the reason he did it was because he was mad because the British woman was racist against him because he's Japanese. But he's the newsie! Newsies have British accents. It's a rule. I would have accidentally slipped the poison in, like purely on accident. That's the spirit. That still gets you guilty of murder in Ace Attorney world, though, if you get found out for it. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done when she clearly had no remorse at all. suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up.
Oh, I feel a little bit bad for him. I mean, I feel a lot less bad for their sob stories when I see the lengths they go to frame someone else for their crime. Like, come on. But
I'd like to ask you something.
yes.
You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. Cancel her. Yeah, cancel culture. No, she's leaving the country. That makes it so hard to cancel her.
And finally, I discovered the truth.
It was a cover-up. That's what it was.
A cover-up? What do you mean?
I would remind you that of your position, witness. Be careful what you say.
Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that, behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up.
He came under pressure from the government, you mean?
If our government's going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you know better than Giselle Brett.
What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
But it's different when I do it, I suppose.
You hate to see it. It would appear that we have reached the conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Oh! Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way.
Yo, I do that all the time. I also frequently muse in a manly way. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience in the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo-san... Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
It's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. You're just gonna watch while you try to sleep now? Okay! It won't be too much longer anyway. Hope stream goes well if I fall asleep. Okay, thanks. I hope you sleep well. But yeah, I'm ending once I get to would you like to save thing, so. The future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Did I read that?
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts? Whoa, has that pedestal always been there?
Prosecutor Ouchie?
What is that?
I, Takatsuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice.
If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living on in shame. Don't Sudoku. Don't Senpoku. Don't Senpoke yourself with that knife. I will end all of it now with this blade. For this is the true path to Ouchieism. Ouchieism? One hopes that the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. He's gonna cut his hair. Sprig of my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi. Ah! It's freaking disgusting. So sad. Like if you cry every time. Oh, I need to have my sad face. It was a sad moment. Poor Takatsuchi. He went through such a character arc. Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Membami-san. Yes, Your Excellency? I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you... not... guilty! Yay! I forgot to go back to happy face. I went to neutral face. Sakura blossoms. Yay. Court is adjourned. I noticed the post-case, like, dialogue is, like, really long in these games. Longer than anywhere in the old ones, I feel. $2:38 p.m. Yeah, we'll stick with that. Definitely not midnight or anything. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Susato! Thank you. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Rei and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together, we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Rei. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. So no more of this formal super humility nonsense. Let's make out. It's time to celebrate with swagger. Whoa. To throw caution to the wind. Caution to the what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll think about it, Rei. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? Don't look at my dad like that. I hope you're not looking at me, Rei. Oh, my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not. Unless Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
You know, Ray's, like, not that quirky. Is she also a lawyer? No, she's not. She works in the medical department at the school. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Because Susato is using a fake name. Because as a woman, she was not allowed in court. So she was pretending to be Ryunosuke's cousin.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help.
It makes so much more sense, yeah. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. Oh, that wasn't him.
Oh, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then? What a terrible shame.
Boy, she got that Yuri bug, huh?
What?
Ow. Come on.
What's happening? Ah, Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba.
I don't. So dashing, so divine. No! Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine, just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquires, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. A stunning ace attorney. He said the thing!
Poor Soseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense of the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan.
Thanks for the recap, Susato. This one certainly is a heck of a personality. Yeah, he's something.
And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? I'm kind of surprised that the turtle had nothing to do with anything. Like, I thought it would, like, be significant in some kind of way, but it's just kind of there. I'm not sure you should be admitting that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just two, really? And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Not what? Never heard that expression before? Okay.
Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Well, that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean?
I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year.
Ah, yes. It was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it.
Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch-nemesis, how lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. Herlock Sholmes, I can't. Yeah. Yeah, you get used to it. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved No, no, don't make me read that line. I'm a man. I'm a manly man. Then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. That hurts. I can't read lines like that. They hurt me. They hurt me on the inside. And in my eye space. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? He was supposed to be sick. He was supposed to be, like, deathly sick. I forgot. It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it's because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't... Ah! Let me go! Oh, it's him. Ha, ha, ha. Dude, you can't... No one's gonna take a article you write and publish it, dude. Many Memo-san. So, one there wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on in that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. What? Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Ah! Oh. Well, I didn't... The judge threw someone across the room. I never in my days of Ace Attorney. What the heck? Well, I didn't expect to find him here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen, and it's a good job I came by.
There's still just a crazy greater mystery going on, huh?
Yes, and thank you for dealing with him. I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
Ha 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 ha. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend. Seishiro Jigoku. May I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato.
Did you know all along? From the start of the trial?
Ha ha ha. What is this wise judge going on? What the... I'm not used to this. The judge is supposed to be bumbling. The judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Shishiro here hadn't known and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Shishiro, shall we? Yes. Having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date.
Stop! Don't you raise that death flag.
But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Shishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Ha 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 ha.
Huh. A lot of very inconvenient cutoffs there.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime. Nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires, could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
This I have to hear.
Please, Soseki-san.
Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once.
I will! I will!
So do it.
As you know, my time in England was terrible and cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Narahodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about... my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent a telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
Hold on, I was like not absorbing information.
Having arrived in Japan has been reported by my experienced Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next thing I had a visitor, your father, he wanted to ask me, taking a particular part of the report.
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly. But I do remember... Do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in?
He was caught up in 2 cases?
Of course, I could never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
The second one? You mean...
When Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all those curious unanswered questions. That terrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
Really?
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought the whole business was over. But it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
Huh. Oh, cutscene.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Susato.
Dang, that was like the most voice lines at once ever in Ace Attorney. And that was a very good first case. Wow. I'd say on par with the first one with G2-1. All right. And with that, we got to call it for the night. Hey, made it without passing out. Nice. Now you can sleep comfortably. Unless you get heavily invested in whoever I decide to raid. Which I haven't decided yet. But thanks so much for watching. Gotta move my camera here. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for chatting. My schedule is still very much up in the air right now. No stream tomorrow. I gotta go do stuff. But I'll say for the most part, even though I'm on a hiatus-ish, I'm still mostly like streaming Friday, Saturday, Sunday in the late evenings. In like evening to late evening to possibly early morning, depending. But yeah. But no promises on nothing. But I'll try to pick Ace Attorney back up next weekend. And it might be the only thing I stream all weekend. We'll just see how I feel. But thanks again so much for watching. Until next time, my peeps. Have a very fair Christmas. And fare it out.